What's up, guys? How's it going? Looking good. There we go. Is this subscriber Saturday? We could do some subscriber replays if people are interested. Yeah, it's not gonna be a super long stream today. Maybe like 3-4 hours, something like that. So yeah, we'll have to see. If you have any replays, feel free to post them in the Discord server. And yeah, if we decide to, if we can't find games or if we need a break, we can do some subscriber replays. For sure. Yo, Kung Fu Cap is back? Really? The 18th. So Wednesday nights. That's unfortunate for me. Might be able to play some of them. Actually. Yeah, actually I can probably play at least one of them for sure. Nice. Exciting. Alright, let's play some games. Whoa. Maybe I never press accept on the... Alright. Let me see. Maybe there's something wrong with the permissions. Let me see. The channel permissions. Okay, let's see if that did something. Do you have your Discord and Twitch account connected, Kaiser Sose? Because if so, you should get like a status update in the Discord server that gives you like a subscriber status basically. And once you have that subscriber status on Discord, then you can access one of the hidden channels in there. It might take a few minutes to update after you've done it, but Okay, there you go. Now you should have it on the Discord server, right? Now you should be able to see the hidden text channels as well. Revolution. Alright, that's quite nice. Quite nice. Can delay our links a little bit. Actually, we can't delay them that much because in a scenario like this, we want to make all our drones from this hatchery, which means we actually need to use the larva here in the main base to make links. Even though in theory we don't need them quite yet. Please. Not skipping work bit here, so most likely Stalker. No? Select. Okay. No second chrono boost.
여왕 생성. 군단이 진화했음. 받아들일 수 없는 명령임. 새로운 여왕 준비됨. 생성 성공.
Pretty weird it's not moving out.
군단 병력이 공격받고 있음.
My drone count is quite low here.
군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 일벌레가 공격받고 있음. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음.
Yeah, definitely was a little bit too low on drones here. You want to be on like, I want to say like 42, 43 versus this. But I was like a 37 at the start, which was a bit low. No, not today, unfortunately. Not today. Yeah, but I have some dinner plans today. So yeah, we're gonna be live for. I mean, we might be a little bit longer. We'll see. I want to say another 4 hours ish, something like that. We'll be live. Mm. Not at the moment, no. Hmm? Yeah, I think they're all very good at what they're doing for sure. I don't know. I obviously I'm happy to talk about the game whenever I get the chance to, but we'll see. Hello, hello. Wanna press Let's Cook PressCon? Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Keeping my expectations low, but just the fact that they're actually, acknowledging that StarCraft exists is a step in the right direction, right? And since the Blizzard did their patch, what it's like 5 months ago now, something like that, right? Seems like they're actually caring a little bit about the game again, so maybe there's some reason to be hopeful. We'll have to wait and see. Well, that Blizzard is long gone, you know? Like, the people who work on at Blizzard now are not the people who worked at Blizzard 10 years ago, you know? It's a completely different company now. New patch? I have no idea. I hope there's a patch, for sure. But I have no info on it. And even if I did have any info, I couldn't tell you, right? But I legit have no idea. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. But yeah, I hope that there's a patch sooner rather than later, for sure. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. What's up, man? Doing good, doing good. What's up, Mob Mental? Oh, no, this queen is this overlord is sleeping on the job. That's not good. That's not good. Means we will be quite blind here. This Proberas is something else for sure.
새로운 여왕 준비됨.
I actually don't even know if Chrono Boost is first unit or not. It's a Stalker here, I'm gonna guess no. Might be able to get this.
여왕 생성 성공. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음.
Yeah, that's pretty worth it. Get a probe and full scout.
진화 완료. 병력이 새로운 여왕 준비됨. 여왕 생성 성공. 적이 일벌레 공격 중. 받아들일 수 없는 명령임. 여왕 생성 성공.
Yeah, supply block there at the end was not good, but he was very unprepared for what we were doing, so... To be honest, depending on what the Zerg is doing, Protoss can delay their fourth quite a bit. Like, building static on 3 bases is not really a bad call for Protoss players in other situations. But yeah, usually all they need is, like, if they can stabilize on 4 bases, the game gets really difficult, I think. If they get a 5th, I think the game is just cooked. Yeah, I think this build he did. Normally, like his ward person should be like out on the map when I'm moving across the map, right? But the fact that he was like still at home at that point, I think there was some execution mistakes here, probably. Yeah. Hmm. Oh, I'm not queuing. I was like, this is a long queue. I think the only reason Taito is such a bad win rate for me is because I played so many CVPs in general. Like, I think Taito is probably the best map in the map pool, I think. So, yeah, it makes sense that we have the lowest win rate on it. But for CVT and CVC, I think this map is totally fine. Okay, let's have a look at the Kaiser Sosa's replay. We'll do a couple of subscriber replays now, guys. So if you're a Twitch sub and you have a replay you want me to look at, there's a dedicated channel and Discord server for subscribers. So if you're a sub, you need to connect your Twitch and Discord accounts in Discord. In the settings, you can do that, and then you'll be able to see the subscriber replay channel in Discord. And then you can post a replay there, and I'll have a look at it. So let's hope. Are you still here, right? Kaiser Sosa? Yep, alright. Okay. Yes, we actually get the scout here quite quickly. And it is quite far away. Like, normally they'll build the first pylon here. Or like here, and then do like a gateway and then a cannon behind the gateway. So when you see it this far away, you do have the option, I think, to try to pull drones if you want to. But it's not really ideal, I think. I think the best response here is just to go Ravagers. Even if he blocks your gas like this, it's still fine to go Ravagers. Just, you know, mine gas from this one. Build 2 Paralings to kill the gas. The natural hatchery, I would not do the macro hatchery, personally. I would... There's two ways you can take. You can either go cancel this base and immediately take like a secondary hatchery either here or here. Either is fine. You can also opt to build like a hatchery here as well. That's also a way to do it. But either you cancel this hatchery and build a hatchery somewhere else, or you let this hatchery finish, just accepting that it's going to die, but you can use the production to get an extra queen out, get some... use the larva. You can also, you know, put the creep tumor down so you can actually have... stop him from, like, claiming the ramp, right? Because if he does, like, let's say he does, like, shield batteries, then he goes into, like, stalkers. If he gets to claim the ramp and he has a sentry out, even if you have Ravagers, it's kind of awkward to walk down and actually be able to fight. But I will say, like, this build is quite tricky to hold, for sure. It's quite a strong cannon rush. And I'm not really exactly 100% sure myself what's the best way to deal with this. I need to play versus it more. But I would say the most consistent is just going to be get a Roach Horn right away. And the hatchery, me personally, I might actually opt to keep it, even though it's going to die. Like, he's going to build 2 cannons here, right? Well, the thing about the drone pool only really works if they're greedy with their stuff. Because, like, right now there's a cannon here, right? So as long as the next 2 cannons go down in range of this cannon, you can't really pull drones. And in this case, like, you would have to pull drones, like, right now. And like a lot of drones. Like you would have to put like 11, 12 drones right now. And you would have to try to kill this gateway. Kill the cannon, kill the gateway. In this case, like, it's kind of a bad building placement by him, to be honest. Because if he builds it here, like, he can do, like, pylon, gateway, and then a cannon behind, and then he can just finish the wall off with a single pylon, right? In this case, you could probably pull drones just because, like, he needs to build, like, 3 buildings, or, like, at least 2 buildings to finish walling this cannon off, right? So in this case, you might... Pulling drones might have been okay. But I would say, in general, versus this cannon rush, I think just... You can't really get much done usually. Yeah. Like, you can't try to, you know, deny this cannon and try to get, like, 2 spines up to save your hatchery. But I think if they do it correctly, it's quite hard to get that up. So I think the most consistent is just to go Ravager. And then... yeah, like, I personally probably just keep this base, let it die, make a queen from it, build a tumor on the low ground, use the larva, you know, for drones or overlords or whatever, right? Or if you're going to cancel it, build a hatchery, like either here, here, or here, right? Okay. Yeah, because the problem with this setup you have right now is that if he makes a sentry, it gets quite hard to come down. But if he doesn't do that, you're actually kind of okay. It's really, really important when you're doing this, you start building Ravagers like ASAP, as soon as you can. Like really just like super, super fast, and just like start, you know, throwing biles, right? So you can start draining the energy on the shield batteries. Like, even if you're not gonna kill stuff, you know, just throwing a bile on a cannon so you can start draining this energy. It's really important you get that going, like, as soon as possible. So, just as soon as you have a roach out, start making Ravagers. Yeah. Yeah, like honestly, I think in this case, like, his execution isn't amazing. So in this case, if you just did what you did, and you just made Ravagers right away, and you just started biling, because there's only one battery, like, as soon as this battery is out of energy, you could just go with Ravager Ling. You also really want to spread creep, so you can bring your queens down to, like, transfuse Ravagers and stuff, right? Yeah. A creep tumor is very important. Yeah. Yeah, so like that's the biggest mistake. It's just the second you have this roach warren, you start making roaches. The second you have a roach, you start making Ravagers. And then you immediately just start throwing biles on this. And you just try to use bile whenever you have it, right? As soon as it's off cooldown, you throw another bile. So you can just, yeah, start draining the energy. Yeah, like, you don't, it's not really like super, super essential to get like full saturation on both gas and minerals in this situation, right? You can do stuff like, you know, 2 in each gas, or, you know, like 14 or 15 out of 16 in the minerals. The most important thing is just like getting your Ravagers as soon as possible. Obviously, like, you still want to have a decent economy so you can re-expand after you've busted out and stuff, and, you know, afford to actually produce units and queens. But getting the Ravagers out ASAP is the number one thing. And just start biling. And then just, after you use a bunch of biles, then you can try to do this bust out, right? With this army. Vincent Vega, thank you so much for the 100 bits, dude. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate the support. Alright. Yeah, like, I'm usually on Saturday, guys, I'm going to be trying to keep doing subscriber replays. So, if you're a sub and you have a replay you want me to look at, you can post it in the Discord server and we'll have a look. Yeah, but honestly, like, I think this specific cannon rush, I think, at least to me, is the most difficult cannon rush to defend. And I'm not really exactly sure 100% myself what I would do in like the exact situations that can happen, right? But I think Ravagers is the best bet. And I think I personally, like, I would probably keep my natural hatchery just so I can get out an extra queen from there. You can use the larva from the hatchery, right, to make drones, make overlords, make roaches before it dies. And just be okay with it dying, right? But I could also see how it could be better to just cancel the hatchery and get a proxy base up somewhere. I think that's also probably fine. What's up, Circuit Heart? Let's see if there's somebody playing on some of the other servers, actually. Because the games today have been quite slow. There's a couple of people playing on EU. Maybe we can try some EU. Even though it's very, very early over there. More replays. Yeah, if we get some more replays in, then we'll do it for sure. Well, you could always change that, you know? The best time to be a subscriber was yesterday. The second best time is today. Ooh. Demi stepping up. Yeah. I'm not. I was just messing around, dude. Don't feel pressured at all. It's all good. Just hanging out, you know, and watching and chatting is a lot of support as well. Okay, let's try Europe. About cannon rushes. Are there less people playing on weekends? No, I think it's usually more people on weekends, but this time of the day is kind of cursed at the CMMR. It's way too early for Europe. It's too early for Korea. It's too late for NA. It's a rough time of the day to find games at high Grandmaster level. Time for CVP replay analysis. Did you post some replays, Matt? Not yet. Yeah, in PvP I can't really talk too much about cannon rushes, to be honest. But I think it's kind of the same thing as for Zerg, right? Where, like, cannon rushing, like defending cannon rushes, takes a lot of knowledge because you need to respond differently to every different cannon rush, right? Like, depending on if it's like a, is it a Forge first? Is it a Gate first? Is it a Nexus first? Is it like a triple pylon wall off? What like what kind of cannon rush is it, right? And you need to have exact responses to all three, or like all versions. And I think that's why the hard part is, because it's really hard to figure out exactly what version they're doing and also to know the correct response for each version. 3-hour course for it, yeah, yeah, pretty much. Oh. Thank you very much, Demi. Appreciate it. Thank you, man. Alright. CVP. On Europe server. There's quite a big MMR difference, for sure. Maybe we'll get cannon rush this game, who knows. Ideally I would do it the other way around. Pool and then gas. Kind of autopiloting a little bit there. Yeah, no, definitely cannon rushes are very tricky. Very tricky. That was always like a big thing. You were very... When you played tournaments versus Protoss players, it's... If they knew how to cannon rush, it was so much more difficult to play versus them. Even if they were technically like weaker in a normal game. And like playing versus Protosses who didn't know how to cannon rush was always a lot more comfortable, for sure. There would always be upsets in like the group stages of like DreamHacks, and it would always be like a DreamHack or like a cannon rushing Protoss taking down like a pretty high level Zerg player.
새로운 여왕
There's a chance this tumor could get sniped because our queens are like 1.5 seconds late, but could potentially be alright. Most likely. Okay, Sigma's left. Don't speak too loud. I mean about the camera stuff, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
진화 완료. 새로운 여왕 준비됨. 여왕 생성 성공. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음.
I had a good surround there, but I got him out.
군단 병력이 공격받고 있음.
Kinda looks like glaives here. It's either glaives or fast blink. See one more depth behind there. A lot of depths there, so yeah,
공격받고 있음.
almost for certain we're up against glaives here. Bit unfortunate timing here on the supply block.
새로운 여왕 준비됨. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 군단이 진화했음. 여왕색 진화 완료. 일벌레가 공격받고 있음.
Yeah, Hearthstone was one of them. Mana was another one. Um, Shutdown was another one who would constantly like upset in tournaments, I think, with counter rushes. Playing versus somebody was versus like SOS was a lot more stressful than playing versus somebody like Stats, even though Stats was technically a lot better, right? At that point. We're talking 5 or 6 years ago. Parting, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Classic, but also counter rush sometimes. Back in the day. It's kind of weird because Classic used to be like the super versatile Protoss who used to play like a bit of everything. These days he's just like a macro machine where he just plays long games every game, which I don't. It's not a bad way to play right now because you can kind of play like that as Protoss and be fine. I think you can't really get hard countered in by playing like that anymore. So did Hero used to counter rush? I don't remember Hero as a counter rusher. Hero would do like weird stuff for sure, like proxy stuff, but I don't really remember Hero as a counter rusher. Hero would be super aggressive, like proxy stargates, proxy dark shrines, proxy gateways. But I don't really remember him as a counter rusher. But maybe he was. I'm not sure if he's the one who figured it out. I mean, he might have been, but he was definitely somebody who played it a lot. Not many people on the ladder, unfortunately. Not many people on the ladder. Now, Fruity was like one of the first players like actually started using very baning heavy play, right? I think before him, like way back in the very early Wings days, right? Like banelings was kind of looked at like a early game cheese unit kind of thing, where like you would make it for like all ends and like try to bane bust, but other than that you wouldn't really make it outside of yeah, outside of like CVT. It was definitely a lot back then. Might have been like close to like 70k or something, I'm not sure. But the prize pools were quite big back in the early days.
여왕색 저기
Ah. Okay, a bit of a messy start, but definitely not the worst thing ever. Oh, this is the worst thing ever though. Getting supply block like this.
새로운
This is good counter damage though. We get to see that he's not playing a 3cc opener as well. Or is actually, okay. This is pretty good. Get to spread our first couple of tumors for free as well.
하고 있음. 군단이
All in all, a pretty decent start, I would say.
여왕 생성
Actually, we're gonna cancel that.
새로운 여왕 주
A lot of Hellions.
여왕 생성 성공
Question is if he's doing Banshee or not.
새로운 여왕 준비된
Kinda looks like it, right? Oh, it's just a Liberator, okay. That's totally fine.
일벌레가
Ah, messed up here, for sure. But it's not too bad. This is quite committed by my opponents, so. Kinda sad I lost all these rounds, but. Yeah. It's what it is.
여왕 생성 성공
Might be a little bit behind there actually. We've lost a lot of drones over there to the Liberator.
군단 병력이
But he also made like a lot of Hellions, so might be okay.
받아들일 수 없는 명령임. 받아들일 수 없는 명령임. 받아들일 수 없는 명령임. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있어. 완료. 새로운 여왕. 받아들일 수 없는 명령임. 받아들일 수 없. 정막 위에서 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 받아들일 수 없는 명령임. 정막 중앙이 공격받고 있음. 광물지대 말라버림. 정막 중앙이 공격받고 있음. 정막 중앙이 공격받고 있음. 병력이 공격받고 있음.
Is it another replay? Yeah, sure. We can do it. We can do it. It's a slow day in terms of finding games, so. So yeah, guys, if you're a subscriber, we're doing some subscriber replays today, so just make sure your Discord account and Twitch account are connected, and there should be a visible channel to you in the Discord server where you can post replays. And I will have a look at them. Okay, we're doing 16 pool, or 17 pool even. Honestly, with the pool first stuff, I kind of like doing just 15 pool. With the 15 overlord, personally. Slows down these two drones a little bit, but you have a much faster pool. But I think 17 pool is probably alright as well. This main base camera hotkey is tripping me out for sure. Like that is not centered on the hatchery. This is so weird to me. Okay. Yeah, this is why in general with these kinds of builds, I prefer to make at least 4 links. Because you kind of need to force the Reaper back home, right? In this case, I'm not sure, did you see the Roachborn? He did not, but... yeah, I feel like we really gotta force the Reaper home to have this play out in a good way for us. So he doesn't get the complete scout right away. Yeah. I would say we're probably behind after this, but since it's going into second Cyclone, it could be maybe alright. But yeah, we probably stayed out here for too long. Like once there's Cyclones out, if you don't already have lanes with link speed coming across the map, you kind of just need to beeline back home, I think. Unless you have like overwhelming numbers. This position is not too bad for us, honestly. We just kind of let our macro slip a lot during this. Like third queen could be coming in. We could be spending our larva a lot better. I think at this point we should still be droning. And like starting up link production a little bit later, right? Like this entire time here we should still be droning. And like these 14 links should have been drones, and now you should be making links with the remainder of the larva, right? So we could have easily had like full saturation here at least. Yeah, third queen as well would have been really nice. Fourth queen as well, so we can get some crew spread out. Yeah. I mean, honestly, if we kept our roaches alive after the start, we droned a little bit better in the early game, this position probably wouldn't be too bad, because you could be like putting on pressure here right now with Roach Ravaging, and he would have to respect that quite a bit. Yeah. Yeah, the position right now is kind of uncomfortable because we don't have any creep spread. We're going into Muta. Yeah. I mean, honestly, not too bad here if we can kill the medivacs, yeah. This is a good cleanup. Start this, start second Evo, start overload speed. Yeah. Position is not too bad, honestly. Yeah, so the way you want to be set up right here is you're harassing with your mutas, right? depending on where you're going with your mutas, you can directly just add new mutas into your muta hotkey. But let's say you're going deeper into the base, right, behind with the mutas. It can be preferable to just add these mutas to your main army hotkey, so that they don't like fly into rallies and stuff like that, right? And then once you're like looping back around, then you can add the mutas from your main hotkey into the muta control group. Vision is super important when you're playing Lingbane muta here, because when you're playing Lingbane muta, you don't want to be like blindly massing banelings, right? So really what you want here is just to have vision on his move outs, and as soon as you see him move out, then you start morphing banelings. Like you kind of need to have like some amount of banelings pre-morphed, like 6 to 8 banelings pre-morphed. But then you don't really want to make any more than that until you actually see him move out, because you want to put your gas into mutas, right? So ideally you would have seen this move out happening right now, and now you would start morphing banelings. But ideally your muta count should also be higher, like most of this minerals and gas should already been spent into mutas, ideally. Yeah. The hidden base is okay. I would prefer if it just took like a normal fourth as well. Okay. Not a bad start here. Yeah, the fact we're only single Evo is a big problem though, for sure. Yeah, looks like a good position for you. Got more paintings here. Got more paintings here. Like, just a general rule versus like any composition that's not like lurkers, basically. But even with lurkers, like, you pretty much never want to get caught without banelings versus Terran when they have bio and medivacs. Like, it's just a death sentence usually. I mean, I think you were winning this game if you play straight up, to be honest. Like, I think you were ahead at multiple points in this game. Not saying you would win, but I think you would have a good chance to do well here, because your position was not that bad. And you kind of are playing straight up, right? Like, you're droning up your third, you're getting a station pit, these kinds of things. So, yeah. But yeah, main rule is we gotta always have banelings versus Terran. Always, always, always. At least like some amount. And then again, when you're playing Muta, you can be harassing with the Mutas, and then as soon as you see him move out, you start morphing more banelings. But we can only really ever fight without banelings if you have like an insane army advantage. Like a crazy, crazy army advantage. Yeah, now we stopped upgrading. So we're basically dead now, I would say. Yeah. But I think like at this point in the game, like after you clear up this drop, this position is not so bad for you. Like right now, if you just take a normal base, like you could double expand here, even like just like 4th base, 5th base. Start second Evo. Spend all your gas into mutas. Put out link spotters. Like this position is pretty good. For sure. A move with speedbank could also be okay, yeah, since he's playing mines. Like you could just go like after cleaning this up, just hold down the link key and just like morph banelings here and just try to kill the third with Lingbane Muta. As long as you don't get blown up by like any big mine shots, that could work as well. That's probably like a better move to do if you wanted to not play a normal game, right? Because the way we're playing right now, you're still playing a normal game, right? So, yeah. Yeah, I think here the game starts to slip. Like, we have a good cleanup here, but then we're not morphing banelings right now, which is the biggest mistake. And we like could be expanding more creep spread. Yeah, and then he has 2-2 and 3-3 coming in, and we're only on 1 Evo still, so and only 1 Muta upgrade. Game gets tough from here. Yep. Honestly, not a bad game. It's very easy to lose games like with Muling Bane for sure. It's very volatile. But yeah, like I think, like Matt said, if you wanted to like quote unquote like not play straight up and just try to end the game, I think the play was after killing the first 2 medibacks, you just hold down the link key and go all in with Muling Bane. Try to bust the third. You could also try to go for the natural. It could also be okay. The only thing you got to watch out for in a situation like that is with the mine hits, right? That's really the only thing that could potentially kill you. Had your first game in 2 years. Feels good to be back. Nice. Yes, it always feels good to come back to StarCraft. I mean, pressing the drone key was fine. Like, you were still in a good position, right? I think we just needed to actually play like a proper game from there on out, after killing the first 2 medibacks. Like a proper game with droning, 4th base, 5th base, creep spread, upgrades. And that was still fine. Obviously a lot harder to pull off, but yeah. Yeah, those were some nice games, dude. For sure. Well, you gotta try and you gotta push yourself to get better at it, right? Oh, quick queue on Korea server. Nice. My FPS is crazy high today. This is weird. Like 300 plus. I'm usually like above 200 or like around 200 when I'm streaming, but what if there's like a Windows update or something? No, it was still a nice game, for sure. Considering there was like a lot of things you could have done better as well, right? With the roach pressure, and the link follow-up, and, you know, our droning behind it, faster queens, this sort of thing, right? So I wouldn't feel bad about that game at all. Oh. What a mess, what a mess. They should not have gotten out there. Oh. Yeah, lots of macro mistakes here from me.
새로운 여왕 준비돼. 굴라치가 직접 공격받고 있음. 여왕 생성 성공. 새로운 여왕. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음.
Oh, we're Giga supply box here.
군단이 진화했음.
Giga supply blocked.
군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 천막 중앙이 공격받고 있음. 여왕 생성.
I started my baiting this. That's quite bad.
천막 중앙이 공격받고 있음. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 천막 중앙. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 여왕 준비됨. 받아들일 수 없는 명령. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있어. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있어. 왕래 고갈됨. 진화 완료. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있어. 공격받고 있어. 광물지대 말라버림. 군단이 변한 병력이 공격받고 있음. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 군단 병력 유전자 변형됨. 군단 별이 됨. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있어. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있어.
Oh no 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 no. That's one way to throw, for sure. For sure.
군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 받아들일 수 없는 명령. 진화 완료. 군단이 진화했음. 광맥 고갈됨. 광맥 소진됨. 유전자 변형됨. 군단 별이 됨. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음.
That's triple Thor. Not really cost efficient, but don't really have to worry too much about that at this point in the game.
받아들일 수 없는 명령임. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 광맥 고갈됨. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 진화 완료. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 진화 완 유전자 변형. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 말라버린 광맥 소진됨. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 적이 공격받고 있음.
Yeah, we had some questionable moves this game for sure, but we were in a very good position from the start. So. How do you know the composition build without scouting? You mean if it's bio or mech, or... We can go in PF now? I think they always could, no? They just can't go into orbitals, right? Like once they have the upgrade, it can fit more as well, right? The eBay upgrade, whatever it's called. Well, you don't really need to scout past the early game, right? So like... Like the thing is, like, if he's playing mech, we don't really care too much, to be honest. But we got the scout here, right? We see they're still making Hellions, we see he's going Banshee. We don't see what he's doing with the barracks, but we don't really care, to be honest. Like, if he's going mech from this, like, we don't really need to respond too differently. Like, the only thing is, like, it's nice to know if you're up against mech, so you can get a faster Roach Warren. But you don't really need to know you're up against mech to have a good early game, right? We already know he's going Banshee. We already know he's making Hellions. So we just need to worry about that, right? And if you were going mech here, like, I could just do the exact same thing, but just get a Roach Worm, never realize it's mech, right? Which we will realize once there's, you know, more Hellions show up, right? Again, the only difference I would do in this case, if I was playing versus mech, is I would get a faster Roach Worm. Like, you can still go for the Spire. Like, the Spire is still useful versus mech. As long as you have a bailiness. So I did a mistake in this early game. I forgot my bailiness. My bailiness is supposed to be done like right now, so I can start bailing speed right after the Spire. It's supposed to be like Spire and then bailing speed, but yeah, my bailiness was quite late. Yeah, again, at this point, like, the composition, we don't really care too much, right? If he's doing tanks, mines, if he's doing mech, if he's doing bio. But we can still defend everything with this setup, right? And then we can transition into whatever we need to transition to. As long as, like, if we didn't have the earlier scout, then for sure, there's things we can die to, right? Like, if he was doing, like, you know, triples factory, or if he was doing, you know, 2 starport BC or whatever, right? We would be in trouble, right? But we already had all the information we needed from the early game. We knew he was doing 3CC, we knew he was doing Tech Lab Starport. So we're chilling here. Like, when it comes to, like, 3 command center openers, there isn't really too much that can blindside you. All the things you really have to, like, respect from the Terran are 2CC builds, but versus them, as long as you're making enough queens and you're banking up energy, you can defend everything as well, so... Yeah, but the thing is, like, versus BC, I wouldn't really do anything different, right? I had 9 queens, which is kind of what you want versus BC. We know it's not 2 starport because there was a 3rd command center, right? He could do 3CC to 2 starport, but then it would hit a lot later. We're already going into Aspire, which is good versus that. So it's, yeah. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Thank you so much for hanging out, Secretary. I hope you have a good night. Thank you very much for the bits, dude. Oh. Didn't move. For some reason. That's brave. Alright, we take those, we take those. Now we can skip links. Well, we can't skip them completely, but we can delay them quite a bit here. Because normally you would have to make links to clear the probe away from the third. Since we're able to get the kill there. We only need to make them in time for the adept, so we can delay them a little while. So opening started first here, most likely. Which means we don't need to make links at all. We can also go double inject. Zigzag here a little bit. We should be able to get away. Potentially. Might not be able to though. It's a bit of a guessing game here, because like, is he gonna double back? Or is he gonna go to the low ground? This overload should be dead, I think. So I spent the Slarva first. But again, it's not too bad, because we got to completely skip links and just make only drones here in the early game. So our economy is quite good.
진화 완료. 여왕 생성. 새로운 여왕 준비됨. 군단
Okay, we see a third, so we can make a few more drones here. Looks like he's going for some sort of glaive build. Definitely going for glaives here.
군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 적이 일벌레 공격 중.
Was a pretty bad start for us, for sure. Yeah, we definitely had enough to just stay at home and be defensive here. No need to actually be that aggressive as we were. Okay. We have an overseer on the way here, so we could potentially kill this. Especially if he chases here.
군단 병력이
With the immortals here, I don't think we can actually get too much done. Yeah.
군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 받아들일 수 없. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음.
I'd love to not lose that one if we can.
공격받고 있음. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 군단이 진화했음.
Not a huge fan of our position here though. That was supposed to be a baiting nest.
천막 중앙이 공격받고 있음.
Really wish I had a baiting nest right now. Would make this hold quite comfortable. I kind of wanted to go for a timing here, but my baiting speed is going to be so late. I don't know if we can actually do that.
광물지대 말라버려. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음.
Double robo.
유전자 변형됨. 군단
Yeah, I'm going very middle of the road here, which is usually not very good.
받아들일 수 없는 명령임. 군단 병력이 공격받고
Definitely worried about the position in this game. Oh, that's where all my drones went.
지시를 유전자 변형됨. 군단 변이됨. 지시를 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 광맥 소진됨. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 광물지대 말라버림. 진화 완료. 군단이 진화했음. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 광맥 소진됨. 천막 종양이 공격받고 있음. 변이 완료. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 진화 완료. 광물지대 말라버림. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 변이 완료. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 있음. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 왕맨 고갈됨. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 말라버림. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 공격받고 있음. 공격받고 있음.
Yeah, a bit of a messy early game, for sure. Like, if you actually committed to a counter all-in, could be good. Yeah, the early game wasn't great, for sure. And then, yeah, my bailing list was so late. Because if I could have bailing speed right now, and I think if you have bailing speed right now, we just kill him before Storm, right? But like, because my bailing speed was late, maybe I can't see the timing, and then I got an infestation pit, I have like no drones. The game was very weird. So many fucking immortals, dude. Yeah, he was out too deep for sure with that army. I think this is the big weakness of like the main reason it's so nice for them to open Oracle is because like this fight would never happen if he had Oracles, right? Because he would either have like a stasis over here, or he would have like a stasis over here, and then the Oracles would have a revelation on my army. Would be very hard to make this happen versus Oracles. Holy shit, it was expanding very aggressively as well. He was trying to do everything at once. GG. GG. Hmm. Curse with larva? What does that mean? I mean, I think that's pretty universally agreed upon, Speltsu. Significantly easier than Zerg and Terran. Yeah, I do it all the time for sure. For sure. Not sure why that happens, to be honest. It's definitely a recurring mistake that happens a lot for me. I've just failed to identify what is the trigger for that mistake, right? Like, when does this happen? What am I doing wrong? Am I misclicking with the mouse in the bottom here? Or am I just like doing it too fast? Or, yeah, something I need to look at. Ping? Well, I'm playing on Korea right now, so it's 0 ping, so it wouldn't be that. But yeah, that's definitely one of the things when you're playing with ping that it happens a lot, because when you're playing with ping and you're building something, like let's say you're holding down the key to build units, like by the time you control click in the bottom here, all of the larva hasn't been finished building yet. So there'll be like 3-4 units that won't get hotkeyed even though you actually control click down here, right? Because of the delay. Yeah, I mean that could be one thing as well, like it's getting used to that. Yeah. Yeah, that could definitely be one of the issues. Unknown Zerg.
여왕 생성 성공. 말씀하고 있음. 군락지가 직접 공격받고 있음. 군락지가 직접 공격받고 있음. 여왕 생성.
Am I supply locked here? I am. That's game.
군단 병력이
That sucks.
공격받고 있음. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음.
Yeah, no shot we can hold without overlords here.
군단 병력이 공격받고 있음.
Very unfortunate for us, for sure.
공격받고 있음. 군단 병력이 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 공격받고 있음.
At least we know who this is. This is like 99% silky, I would say. But yeah, the supply block there at 58. There's just nothing we can do after that happens. I think maybe actually we even held here if I just morph banelings faster. Like I shouldn't be out here right now. And I should be morphing more banelings. Yeah, because if I just put this banning out together with the roaches, I think we actually can still win this game. They're still up a lot in drones. Well, we kinda threw. Kinda threw. Yeah, that's my bad. I mean, this game was literally just a supply block at 58. If that doesn't happen, I think there's like close to 0 chance this can work, but... Yeah. But... Yeah, I would be willing to bet money into this was Silky. This is like his favorite build. But it wasn't like a small supply block either, like we were completely supply blocked. Like right here. Yeah, we can do some replays if we have some. Hey, what? I got baited. There's no replays. You already postman? Ah, okay. The old ones? Okay. Maybe we can look at those. Alright, we're gonna look at a couple of subscriber replays, guys. And then we'll play more games. I'm probably not gonna... Alright, yeah. Probably not gonna watch the entire thing since it's 32 minutes, but... We'll have a look and see it. Some of the key aspects here. One thing you're already not doing that you should be doing is hotkeying your queens. Like at this stage of the game, you really shouldn't have any unhotkeyed queens. This queen should not be standing here. It should like do the first inject and then move to the front, right? In CVT. Because you really want to have like 4 queens out here as fast as possible, so you can have 2 queens here in front of your third and 2 queens over here, right? That's really like the point you want to get to as fast as possible. So this queen that just finished, that one you can leave behind. But the first queen should have been out here already. Because there could be like 4 Hellions in your face right now. And yeah, it will get very difficult if you don't have your queens out there already. This banningness is confusing me a little bit. We did see it's a two base opener. We could expect Hellbats here maybe, but we don't really need bannings in this situation at all. Yeah, so this first queen, right, when it finishes, you'll do an inject and then move to the front. Inject and then come out here. And normally in CVT, you will start your third queen before link speed. So this third queen is quite late as well. It should be third queen and then link speed. Just default to 4 minutes. There's really no need though. Like, as long as you're getting your queens on time, there's really no need. The only time you would need a banning nest is if you see a Viking. Like if they're doing the Marauder Hellbat Viking build, that's like the only build you could potentially need bannings versus. But if we've not seen a Viking, I think there's pretty much never any need for this banning nest. It just slows down your queens, right? You would rather just have these queens faster. And the main difference you should just do when you're playing versus a 2cc opener. This is a 2cc opener, right? Because the third is so late, right? Let me double check. Actually, it's not that late. Oh, this is a 3cc opener, okay. There's a bunker here for some reason before the command center, which is why the timing is off. Yeah, I'm not sure why there's a bunker here, but I guess he didn't see the third, so he was confused. Yeah, like versus a 3cc especially, there's no need for a baiting nest. But even versus a 2cc build, all you really need to do differently versus a 3cc is just you hold your queen energy. Okay. He's going for like delayed banshees here. But we already seen the starport. Yeah, so here's where like your queen positioning really matters. Like you don't want to have your queens like this, you know? Like you want to have them at the very edge of creep, ready to start hitting the Hellions as soon as they come into range. Yeah, this queen should already be out. Yeah, this is good. In this position, what you should have done is just bring in your lings a bit faster. So this comes in here. So like right now, you would like your links to be here in like a line, because then you have all your queens right here attacking. So if you block him off here and he tries to actually run up the ramp, you're gonna have 5 queens attacking his stallions while he's trying to do that, right? It still turns out okay, but you know, he kind of gets away for free, essentially. But we end up dealing with everything. Okay, not too bad. You should always try to get your 5th pace going before macro hatch. In this case, you can afford both, right? But yeah, pretty much always just 5th base before macro hatch. Yeah, and whenever you're engaging Hellions with Lings on creep, you wanna just think about like what you're trying to do with the Lings is make it so the Hellions can't get away from the queens, right? You're constantly attacking with the queens, and the Lings are there to like lock them in place so they can't get past the queens or get away from the queens. So same thing here, when he's over here like this deep, all you really want to do here is just trap the Hellions with the Lings. Like he's too far on creep right now. You should be able to just trap him here and kill them with the queens. Here you can build an Evo chamber to make sure he doesn't get into the middle line. But yeah, you want to always try to just get us around. Yeah, like you don't really want to make enough Lings to just kill the Hellions by themselves. That's inefficient. You make enough Lings so that he can't escape from your queens. And your queens plus the Lings will beat the Hellions, right? Yeah, our spores were just quite late, especially considering like we saw the early starport, right? So versus a 3cc starport build, if there was a tech lab on the starport, you can go for like 455 spores. If there's no tech lab, you can go like 440. You go like 2 spores at like 440, in case it's a liberator. Obviously, if you see a Viking, you can delay the spores by quite a bit. But yeah, overall position doesn't look too bad right now. We do need to make banings. So this is the number one thing, like, the big rule of CVT is you can never get caught without banings in the mid game. Like, never ever. Unless you're like, you know, going Ling Infestor into Fast Hive or something like that. You can never get caught without banings. So once you're in like this stage of the game here, once you've spent your gas on these upgrades and, you know, you have maybe overseers, maybe you want overload speed, whatever, right? But at this point in the game, really all your gas should go into banings. Just banings. And then, like, you know, you can start saving up gas once you're getting close to 2-2, or if you want to start Hive, you know. But at this point, you should already be dumping all your gas into banings. Because if he shows up with stimmed bio and you don't have banings, you're just cooked. You're just cooked. That also means that after, like, before every fight, after every fight, you want to make sure you're, like, boosting your baning count, right? So yeah, Ling Bane like this. You can only really play like Ling Bane like this, like Ling Bane only, if you're going for like a fairly fast Hive. So you're just missing a Hive, really. The only time you can stay on Lair and like mass Ling Bane is if he's doing like 8 racks, right? But then you still want to get to Hive eventually. So yeah. And in general, versus Banshee openers, I prefer to either go Lingbane Muta or go Lingbane Hydra. Just so you have some anti-air on the map. Otherwise, it becomes impossible. Like, if he just leaves the Banshees in front of the 4th here, you can never really deal with them, right? Which means that, like, this area just becomes like a no-go zone for your Lingbane, which kind of sucks if you're playing Mass Lingbane, so yeah. No, you can make a Hive, so normally the Terran will do like a pressure around this time with 2 medevacs, 1 or 2 tanks, and Lingbane, and a bunch of Marines, right? Usually, like, you want to make units to defend that first push. And then after you've defended the first push, you can drone up to like 85, 95, depending on how your early game and how the cleanup went. And that's usually when you can start your infestation pit as well. A good way to think about it is like once your 4th base is saturated completely, you can get your infestation pit. But yeah, your 5th base should be a lot faster as well, for sure. And you should start off with 4 gas, not 3. So you start with 4 gas in the early game, like 4 base saturation with 4 gases. And then once you dealt with the first push and you're droning again and you're heading towards hive, you start getting more gases. You can get gas number 5 and 6, and then eventually number 7. I mean, I'm sure he's aware that he's floating a lot. You always stay on Laban Hut 75 workers. That's kind of too low, really. Well, I want to say you want to be like at least 80, but you can go as high as like 95, depending on what the game is looking like, right? Yeah, part of it's having late gas for sure. Having late hive, like a lot of your money would go into upgrades, it would go into hive, faster hydro upgrades, these kinds of things, right? Like at this point, your hive should already be finished, right? And you should be researching adrenal, maybe getting a couple of vipers. And in general, you want to try to be more aggressively positioned here. Like this. You want to be protecting your creep, right? So you would like this army to be like out here, out here. You don't want to let him kill creep for free. Yeah, this is good. This is good. Now you're better positioned. Why did we move away from here? Was that an F2 I saw? Or did we mess up our hotkeys? Yeah, bad F2, bad F2. Gotta break that habit. Gotta get rid of the hotkey. The only time you can actually have F2 hotkeyed is if you're super disciplined about when you're using it. If you have super discipline to only use it in like the rare situations where it's actually good to use it, just unhotkey it, unbind it. Okay. So yeah, like this is like max out timing is kind of like the time you want to start looking for some aggressive fights for sure. The thing is, like at this point, you would really want to have 2-2 and adrenal. Like this is the biggest upgrade for Zerg. This is the biggest power spike you're gonna get in CVT. So like really getting this upgrade as quickly as possible is just super important. Like usually you'll play defensive on creep until you have adrenal. Like once you have adrenal, that's kind of when you can start looking for fights off creep. Ideally you would have like a viper or 2 here as well. Yeah, working on these rocks. Like whenever there's downtime in the mid game and you're just sitting there with your army, you just want to be working on these rocks, right? But yeah, here you can just collapse on him. Like here you're very well set up. The main issue is that your baning count is quite low on this side, right? So again, constantly morphing banings. At this stage of the game, you can easily be on like 30 banings, and that's fine. Yeah, this is fine. Now we just pull back, we remax. And this is the stage of the game where if you have better creep spread, like let's say you have creep spread up to here, right? Just going back, remaxing, and going again becomes so much easier, right? Because you have control of this area. Yeah. You want to keep expanding. You want a few more drones for sure. Yeah, we want to deal with this. And yeah, at this point in the game, you don't need to be playing too scared. Like, you can look for fights a lot. Like, if you can trade out some links for a couple of tanks like this is really good for you, right? You're just looking for anywhere you can trade off links. You can use changelings to spot around, like changelings coming around, saying like, oh, there's an exposed tank here, there's a tank here. You can do like a big link counterattack here, right? Links can even kill, this isn't even a PF, but once you have adrenal, links can easily solo a PF. Like if you grab like 35 links or so and you send them to a PF, that's alone, you'll kill it for sure. Especially if they don't have the armor upgrade. But even if they have the armor upgrade, you can still Yeah, you just surround the PF and A move, and the links will automatically target fire the SCVs repairing. But like if you get in and get the surround before they get the SCVs to the PF is 100% dead. But even if they get the SCVs in position to repair, you can still do a lot of damage. I think at this stage of the game, you don't care about links, so you just want to have like links running around everywhere, looking for these tanks, looking for exposed PFs that you can just easily snipe. Yeah, these kinds of trades are fine. You just remax, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. Yep. Yeah. Stuck on the nut because of the wall. I see, okay. Yeah, we'll look at the mech game real quick as well. So yeah, guys, we're doing some subscriber replays. So if you're a Twitch sub and you want me to look at one of your replays, just post it in the Discord server. There's a dedicated channel for subscriber replays. Yeah, CBT is a very just mechanical matchup from both sides. It's rarely decided by any like big fights or anything like that. It's mostly just about map control and multitasking and multi-pronging and trying to take efficient trades. Okay, so I'm not going to talk too much about the early game because we covered a lot in the last game, but queen positioning, super important here. You don't want to have queens just sitting at the hatchery at this stage of the game. They should be injecting going forward, injecting going forward. Okay, this is alright. Same thing here, like you don't just want to A-move chase with the lings. You want to try to keep them in range of the queens, right? That's your goal here with the lings. Just try to get in between, you're blocking the escape path for the Hellions, right? So that the queens can keep attacking. Okay. Yeah, we take some damage. It's not too bad. Yeah, you're still in a totally fine position here. So we should realize we're most likely up against mech here. Yeah, we have a roach one already. Get gases going here. Yeah, this is okay. Get road speed, super important you get that right away, in case it's going into cyclones. Like the biggest thing is with dealing with cyclones is just, once you have road speed, he can't harass you anymore, right? He can't go and creep anymore. But until then, he's basically free to just keep poking you forever. Unless you have like a massive Lingbane count and you can get us around or something like that, right? But yeah. Road speed being late here is a big problem. Gases being late as well is also a bit of a problem here. You could also be taking a 5th base, taking a macro hatch, all these things. When this happens, like when you get into a situation like this where you're like, oh shit, I'm in trouble. What you should be doing right now is just start 4 new queens. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and just pull all your queens together. Like you should have all these queens right here, right now. And you just start 4 new queens that can do the next round of injects, right? Yeah, which is why it's so important that all your queens are hotkeyed. Even if it's like you have like your Crispet queens here, and maybe you have all your queens combined on another hotkey, or just your inject queens on another hotkey. You just need to be able to grab all your queens very quickly and just bring them together here. Because with the queens and like good micro here, you can buy a lot of time for your roaches. You buy a lot of time. But 3 queens does nothing. 7 queens, you can buy a lot of time here, and then you will be totally fine. I mean, you don't need to do that to reach low masters, but it's the sort of thing where, like, you will have to know how to do it eventually, so it's better to do it now than to postpone it, right? But again, you don't have to do it, but it makes dealing with situations like this so much easier if you just have a hotkey to use right away. Just pull the queens. Yeah, like, because you never remade your queens, you also lose in creep spread, right? Yeah, you can easily do 66. Like, you can do 66, and then, you know, you make roaches, and once you have roach speed kicking in, then you can go back into droning again, right? Because this pressure should really stop once you have roach speed, if you're not already super far behind at that point, right? Because, yeah, at this point, creep should be a no-go zone for him. Like, you just run up and kill a cyclone every time he does this, right? A couple infestors, but after you have the roaches and the roach speed, so you can start actually going out on the map. How about tank or banshee mech? You can just go straight to like 85, 90 drones. Ravaging Bane. Yeah. Yeah, but it's like in CVT, you can't play without creep spread in CVT. Unless you're like about to hit an all-in or something, but so if you ever lose your queens, you have to rebuild them. You have to get out new ones right away and start respreading this creep. Because I think like even after all this stuff that happened in the early game, you're still in okay position. But once we stop spreading creep, it's gonna get really hard for us to, you know, secure this space, put pressure on this space. And sure, you can do moves like this, but now you're very committed to actually doing something, right? Because you have nothing to fall back to. And in general, like when you're fighting the cyclones, you don't want this kind of like skirmish. You want a fight where you can collapse on them and like kill the cyclones, right? You don't want to let him gain value by kiting you out, right? And you have nothing to stop him from kiting you with this army of creep. You would either need like a shit tunneling Bane or infestors here to stop him from kiting you. So even if like you would win this fight, it would not be good for you to lose this army like this. So yeah, just fight on creep. Push your creep, fight on creep. Yeah, now you're kinda cooked at this point. Because now you can't really stop it from moving across the map. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, like just late roach speed. Not putting your queens together. And then not rebuilding your queens. Stopping to spread creep. Like, in general in CVT, your mid-game mindset should just be like, you just want to push your creep and defend your creep. Until you reach like 200 supply. That's when you can start to think about going across the map. But all the mid-game is about is just you trying to push your creep out while defending it. While securing your bases, right? Which the creep spell will help with. And then once you're like your hive tech with max out, then you can start to look for trades on the other side of the map. And then you fall back to creep, you remax, and you do it again, right? And if you want to do something aggressive, like in the mid game and like this stage of the game, just do like a, you know, a Ling run by, a Baneling run by, a Ling drop, whatever, right? But you don't really want to commit to like big attacks here unless you're going completely all in. If you're doing like, you know, 66 drone plus 1 Roach Ravager and you're just gonna ship it, then it's fine to attack, right? But if we're playing a macro game, you don't really ever want to fight off creep before you have 200 supply and like high tech. Yeah. Alright, is there any more replays? None for now, so let's play some more games. And yeah, that goes for both bio and mech, right? Just the mid game is all about pushing your creep and defending that creep, while also simultaneously defending and getting your bases up, right? You're really just like trying to lean into your hive and max out timing. Adrenal especially. Yeah. in a game like that as well, where he's going just like pure Cyclone tank, you could also do like a 9 to 10 Broodlord switch, and that'll be alright. And just like trade them out right away. Just to force him into Vikings and Thors. Usually, like, depends on what you're going for. I usually leave my second queen in the main. Will stay there in CVT. The first one will inject and then go to the front to either, you know, do double tumor or do like inject tumor with an extra energy drain, or inject tumor. Yeah. Yoink. Yeah, like attacking in CVT is usually just like, unless you're committing to a very like all-in timing, right? You don't really want to be fighting off creep early on at all. Just want to be very passive on creep. Unless, you know, like, if you completely crush an attack, you can maybe do like a counterattack to the third or something, but you still don't really want to fight off creep. Just wanna... Yeah. This is kind of early. Messing up here a little bit. Want to poke back in here and see if there's a second chrono boost or not. There's not. That's 4 dead drones. That's not great. You got away with a lot of greed here. Okay, he's going stalkers.
새로운 여우. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 군락지가 직접 공격받고 있음. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 군단이 진화했음. 유전자 변형됨. 군단 별이 됨. 광맥 소진됨.
GG. The thing about that, like, real is, like, as long as you keep macroing well, you can really afford to lose drones in the early game. The only time you can't afford to lose drones in the early game if your opponent is, like, macroing perfectly behind the Hellions attacks. But they really... it's very rare that you're doing that. At your MMR. Like, not until you reach, like, you know, upper Grandmaster level. They're not really gonna have perfect macro while doing their harassments as to Terran. So you can afford to lose drones as long as you're staying on top of your macro while dealing with the harassment, right? So don't be too, like... the bigger damage from you taking damage from, like, runbys and stuff will be you forgetting to get your gases, spending your larva, starting your lair, starting your fourth hatch, like these kinds of things, right? Those things will be bigger than you losing a couple of drones to a Hellion runby, for sure. Done said pro. Thank you so much for the bits, by the way. I missed that earlier. Yeah. I think our earlier was kind of rough here, actually. It's not ideal. But then, yeah, I didn't have a unit in the wall, so...
새로운 여왕 준비됨.
Lazy with my scouting here, for sure.
여왕 생성.
Oh, accidentally made 8lings too. I guess we're kind of hoping he's going for the depths here.
공격받고 있음. 진화. 새로운 준비됨. 여왕 생성. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 새로운 여왕 준비됨. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음.
Ah.
군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 생자 변형 군단 변이 됨. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 공격받고 있음. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 변이 완료. 군단이 진화했음. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 공격받고 있음. 공격받고 있음. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음.
GG. This guy doesn't scout very much. Like, he stays at home with the first two adepts, and then chases them both across, and then goes across the map with the oracles, but never really looks for anything. He just kind of looks for a few drones and then goes home. What MMR is Grandmaster nowadays? I think it's very dependent on server. I'm not really sure exactly what it's like on EU and NA. On Korea, it's like 4 point something, 4.3. Is that right? 4.5. I think it's different on the other two servers. Yep, 4.5 seems to be the cutoff for Korea server at least. I mean, I think pretty much anybody can get Grandmaster. It's just about, you know, time and dedication. Yeah, no, thanks for hanging out, dude. Appreciate it. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, StarCraft's like, it's not a game that's easy to play casually. At least not for me. I kinda need to grind if I'm gonna be playing it. Yeah, I played a decent amount of AoE4 as well for a couple of years. So I think the AoE games are quite fun, for sure. It's just not like for me the competitive scene in AoE doesn't really scratch my itch as much as the StarCraft 2 competitive scene does. Like I have a very hard time to get like excited or into watching tournament games in the AoE series. They're fun to play though, for sure. No scout this time. Yeah, no, nothing feels as like smooth as SE2 does. Everything just kind of does what you want it to do with like one click. There are very few frustrations with the mechanics. The only one thing that I really hate about StarCraft 2, or like not really hate, but when it comes to like hitboxes and stuff, is like for some reason clicking on a stasis ward is like the hitbox on the stasis ward is like impossible to click on, I find. That's like the only... In AoE4 it feels like pretty much every hitbox is like the stasis ward hitbox. Only lost one roll so far actually. That's pretty decent. Okay, and you opened Void Ray too, and we didn't make a single spore yet, so... Good start. We're still gonna be making spores here in case there's an Oracle follow-up, but... It's nice to be able to delay them a little bit. That's a bit unfortunate. I was blind over here. Quite unfortunate for sure. He's already making stalkers. Should be a dead Void Ray.
새로운 여왕 준비됨. 새로운 여왕. 진화 완료. 여왕 생성 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 새로운 여왕. 정막 종양이 공격받고 있음. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 광물지대 말라버림. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 군단이 진화했음. 천막 조약이 공격받고 있음. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 왕래 소. 천막 조약이 공격받고 있음. 유전자 변형된 군단 병력이
He has a big ass army.
광맥 고갈됨. 광물지대 말라버림. 종양이 공격받고 있어. 군단 병력이 공격받고 종양이 공격받고 있어. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있어. 광맥 소진됨. 진화 완료. 전방 종양이 공격받고 있어. 군단 병력 일벌레 공격받고 있어. 광물지대 말라버림. 공격받고 있음. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 광맥 고갈됨.
No shot. No way he wins that fight, bro. No fucking way, bro. I can't believe we actually won that fight. There was like 20 lurkers. We just aimed into it without a single immortal and won the fight. Alright. Guess we lose. I was like so confident there was like no way he could win that fight. With +2 as well. I'm not sure how we win now. He's gonna be way too rich. Bro, what?
유전자. 받아들일 수 없는 명령임. 광맥 고갈됨. 진군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 베스핀 바늘천 소진됨. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 광맥 소진됨. 광물지대 말라버림. 병력이 공격받고 있음. 공격받고 있음. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 광맥 소진됨. 변이 완료. 굴락시가 직접 공격받고 있음. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음.
That's funny. I can't believe we lose this game, man. Oh, it's actually fucking crazy. We lose it. Like, honestly, it's just fucking depressing, man. Like, he just jumps on 20 lurkers and wins the fight without a single immortal. This matchup is so depressing, dude. Like, so fucking depressing. Done 50 probes. Doesn't matter. This is coming in and that means it's GG. I honestly can't believe though that he won the fight here. Should have had the Overseer sieged here, for sure. So we had more high ground vision, but I'm still just fucking shocked how badly this fight went. I was too far forward with these lurkers. If I'm just burrowed back here, there's like no chance he wins this fight, but... It's just fucking crazy, dude. They can get away with so many mistakes and like nothing happens. You really gotta kill them like 4 times before they actually lose. Too far out of position here with these lurkers when he did this move. Honestly, this matchup is just so depressing to play. So fucking depressing to play. Like, they get so many, like, mistakes that are game-ending for Protoss and Terran if they make, but they can make, like, 5 of them. And it's fine. It's just fucking sad. How much bonus do they do to buy units? Archons? Or what? Archons do... It's like 50 damage total, right? To the main target. With +3, I think. I'm not exactly sure how their damage is split. But I think a full upgrade Archon does do like 50 damage a shot to their main target, plus then they have the splash, right? We can check. It's 25 damage to their main targets. And they get +3 per upgrade, and they do 10 bonus versus bio, and get 1 extra damage per upgrade. So a full upgrade Archon will be 25 plus 4 plus 10, right? Oh, 25 plus 12, I mean. 25 plus 12 plus 10. So it would be 57, right? 47. That must be correct, right? 47 should be the number there. Versus bio. Yeah, 25 to the main target. Or plus 9, right? So 40 minus 10. So yeah, 37 to the main target. No, it's not 37 to the main target. It's 34 to the main target. Yeah, 34 to the main target. Like if it's not armored, right? Or not to the main target. If it's non-armored or not armored. To non-bio units. Right, we got it in the end. The non-bio units do 34 damage per shot with +3. And 47 to bios. Bio units. Oh, I was not paying attention here. This is quite bad, for sure. This is quite bad. Because we only have toolings in production here. Should have cancelled that. Should still be fine here. Yeah, I was not paying attention this game. I was too busy counting. But I got it in the end. No, not really. It's kind of a struggle to find games on Korea server. It's much easier on EU at the good EU times. But obviously, this time of day, it's still very, very early for EU server. Oh. A little bit late with that drone. Misclicking a lot here. Did not skip warp gate here.
새로운 여왕 준비됨.
Actually, with just no chrono boost like this, I think I would prefer to do double inject rather than inject tumor.
여왕 생성 성공.
Okay, considering where the warp gate first, it's a very fast third. I'm gonna try making other links here too. Try to punish that. Could still be going Stargate, of course, but I don't think it's too bad to commit to like a little bit of a link flood here.
군단 병력이
Void Ray first too.
여왕 생성 성공.
It's unfortunate.
군단병 공격받고 있음. 받아들일 수 없는 명령임. 군단병력이 공격받고 있음. 받아들일 수 없는 명령임. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음.
I'm not sure what he's up to here.
천막 중량이 공격 새로운 여왕 준비돼. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 여왕 생성. 군단 병력이
It's just like every game it seems.
나치가 지금 공격받고 있음.
Yeah, we cooked this game for sure. Not much we can do.
일벌레가 공격받고 있음. 병력이 공격받고 있음. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 광맥 고갈됨. 변이 완료.
If we weren't supply block here, we could actually hold, I think. Supply block would probably end us though.
천막 종양이 공격받고 있음. 천막 종양이 공격받고 있음. 받아들일 수 없는 명령임. 광물지대 새로운 여왕 준비됨. 소진된 공격 중. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음.
Oh, I never got any hide upgrades here.
광맥 고갈된 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음.
Back at hide upgrades. Could have actually done something here.
진화 완료. 여왕 생성 공격받고 있음. 광물지대 군사로 공격받고 준비됨. 광맥 고갈됨. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음.
Holy shit, he was ready for that. I think we're cooked now.
광맥 소진됨. 군락지가 직접 공격받고
Probably the worst fight he could have possibly taken, but just don't think it's bad enough, unfortunately.
진화 완료. 병 군락지가 직접 공격받고 있음.
This army is kind of bad. Maybe if I can get some banings out, there's like a small chance for us here.
병력이 공격받고 있음. 천막 종양이 공격받고 있음. 천막 종양이 공격 광물지대 말라버림.
against the hatchery too.
여왕 생성 성공.
Could have another order in production here, right? Yeah. Okay, we see the links there. should be able to hold this hatchery, most likely. If you guys banelings, of course, we can't hold it, but... No, should be okay, I think. GG. Some reviews done for today. We might do a couple more in a little bit if we start struggling to get games. But if you have a replay, feel free to post it in the replay analysis channel. Then we can have a look in a little bit. Low effort bait / troll spicy farts. If you're gonna troll and stuff, at least try to be funny. You got timeout for now. Brand new account. Name like that. I don't know, like, people can troll, but you gotta at least put some effort in, you know? Effortless trolling is very, very boring. You get a pass, Lacry. You get a pass. Because you're VIP. I actually wanted to try taking this as my third on this map, see how that feels. I mean, it's probably somebody who's like already banned, right? Just made a new account. Oops, a bit lazy with my scouting here. Okay, this guy should be pretty dead here. Not sure if that's actually worth it for him, but there you go. I don't think he knows that I have my third over here, actually. Ah. Slippery Hellions, for sure. Ah, that was bad, man. Okay, that cannot happen. This must be coffee, no? Like, I don't think any other Chinese town will play this YOLO. Losing the Reaper and losing the first two Hellions, more or less. Yeah, there's no shot. This is not coffee. No shot. My fourth touch is quite late here.
새로운 여왕 준비됨. 천막 조약이 공격받고 있음.
not a fan of my position here whatsoever.
여왕 생성 성공. 변이 완료. 막을 수 없는 명령임. 새로운 여왕 준비됨. 유전자 군단 변이 됨. 광맥 소진됨.
Very bad supply block here. Very, very bad. There's like no supply blocks where like it wouldn't be so bad if I had the drones I need. But this is like at a time where we need to be droning. Which means we're just gonna have a super slow max out here.
소진됨. 여왕
Which will lead us into even more trouble most likely.
군단 병력이 정말 중요히 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 천막 중앙이 공격받고 있음. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 변이 됨. 공격받고 있음. 광물지대 말라버림. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 병력이 공격받고 있어. 이제 말라버리니. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있어. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있어.
GG. This was the most YOLO play I've ever seen. Holy shit. Maybe it's not coffee, because coffee doesn't usually GG, so hard to say. But it definitely played a lot like coffee. G. Yeah. Maybe not coffee. Okay, we have a couple more sub replays we could do. Dragon Stalker, are you still here? If you're here, I could do your replay right now. Oh, that's you. Okay, you changed your name at some point, right? Because you used to be the Dragon Stalker on Twitch as well, I want to say. Yeah, we'll do a subscriber replay real quick, guys. No? Okay. Yeah, it doesn't matter. So, which one is you? This is you, I guess, right? Or is this one you? Genuine, okay. Yeah. Alright. Okay. Straight 4 links is usually never necessary. I think it's ideally just start with 2. And then you can add 2 more a little bit later. Because it's hard to make use of these 4 links. Like, you can go straight across the map with 4 links in pressure, sure. But then it's also like you have to make more links at home to defend. If he's doing links from your 3rd, you have to make more links for your Bane links, and so on, right? But like, if you're going for 4 links, it usually means you want to go for something like a Ling Bane pressure, because you want to do like more damage on the 3rd, right? Yeah. Yeah, and at this point, I think sending in all 4 links, at this point, shouldn't really expect to get anything done. So like, once you know you're gonna go in here, like once you see nothing blocking the ramp, you can just split off 1 Zergling and then send the 3 back, right? Like, once you know you can get into the main base, 1 Zergling is gonna be enough to see. Like, what you really want to see here is there a lair, or is he getting link speed, right? Those are 2 things you want to see, so there's no need to sacrifice all 4 links here. You can just, yeah, do it with 1. And realistically, you shouldn't be able to get any drones here if he defends correctly. So here, it would be nice if we sacked the lane to solve the link speed, but the fact that you know he is 2 base with no lair and no wall means there's only really one thing he can do, and that is like, he could have a Roach Horn hidden here, sure, but the only thing he can do here is something aggressive, right? With links or with like a Roach in or something, right? A 2 base opener without a 3rd, no lair, no Evo chambers, no tech. He is very committed to doing something, so at this point, yeah, I like keeping the bettingness for sure. Should get a second gas going here as well. The lair, so whenever you're playing 3 hatch versus 2 hatch, in general, you don't really want to go fast lair too much, because you have a big advantage already in that you have a 3rd hatch, right? So you're going to have more larvae, you're going to have better economy. So you would rather just get the 3rd queen out and capitalize on that advantage, right? If you're trying to play catch-up in tech to a 2-base player, you lose your advantage because you lose your larva and eco advantage because you can't afford to spend everything. You can't afford to saturate the space as quickly and so on. So when you're playing versus 2-base, always just try to make sure you're droning, getting your gases. You can still get your Evo Chamber and Roach Warren, that's fine. To be safe, right? And then you can use your links to pressure, deny his 3rd, scout. At this point, you already have really good information because you know there's no fast lair. You know there's no fast Evo Chamber, so there can't be like a +1 timing. The only thing you really gotta worry about here is like some sort of Lingolin or Rocholin. And you have Banias already, so you're safe versus the links. So now you could be thinking, okay, maybe it's going Muta. Right? Because that's the only real option. You could like delayed Muta or something like that. So yeah, using these links to poke at the wall is very important. You see all these links leaving. So you can use morph 2 banelings here and make your own links, right? And you're totally fine. Yeah. One thing you want to pay attention to here is that it's upgrading from both Evo chambers. Okay. The spine is completely unnecessary in this situation. Like in general, you don't want to build spines in CVC unless you're 100% sure they're committing with something like a roach attack or something like that, and you're already very far ahead. If you can spend your money on something else, like an extra queen or on, roaches or whatever, right? You want to do that first. The only time you should be making spines is if you don't have money to, or like larva or production to build something else, right? But yeah, you're still in a good position. And one thing you always want to do in all 3 matchups is as soon as your lair is finished, make an overseer to scout. especially in CVC, but this is also true for CVP and CVT, I would say. But yeah, since we have the Banelist here, we can just make like a single Baneling, and we don't need to worry about this. Drone up a little bit more. Since we've seen the double upgrade happening, we have not seen roach speed. And we have a Bailing Nest. Like, the only threat if we don't see roach speed is like Lynx, right? So you already have a Bailing Nest, so you're safe. But yeah, you can commit to this timing as well. That's also okay to do. Yeah, at this point you're really far ahead. Yeah. Yeah, just in general when you're playing versus 2 base, try to capitalize on your larva and income advantage. Don't cut drones to get a fast lair. Unless you already have a really good read on what they're doing. And you know you don't need to make links early on, you don't need to make roaches, you can skip an upgrade, these kinds of things, right? But most of the time you just want to make sure you're capitalizing on your eco advantage. But yeah, the third queen, super important you get that in time for your, like, your third queen should be finishing as your third hatch finishes, right? So you can have triple inject going as fast as possible. Because again, that's your main advantage over the 2-hatch player. And you can still get like a, you know, a 350 4-minute lair, something like that. And that's fine. But you don't want to cut a bunch of stuff to get the lair out super early. Because then you're trying to be ahead in everything, right? You're trying to be ahead in tech, economy, and army. And yeah, you just can't... You just can't do that, right? And yeah, to scout you just need to poke at the wall at the front. Just poke and see what's, you know, what is he researching? How many queens does he have? Is he getting roach speed? Is he getting double upgrade? Is he getting no upgrade? Yeah, no worries, no worries. Alright. Alright. This guy usually does full pull, drum pull most of the time. Kind of course, playing overkill a bit. So we could potentially miss it, which would be not good. So Overlord timing is a little bit weird. He could have just been chilling over here, but just making a queen. Hatchery is a little bit later than ours, but we went for 15 hash, so that could be the explanation to that. Okay, that's a lot of links. Ah! Too far out. Fuck, we're dead. Ay, 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 ay. We messed up here big time. Ah. Yeah. You need to be on the ramp versus this build with I don't know why my queens were so far out. If I'm just on the ramp, we just win. But yeah, GG. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, 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 ay. All we have to do here is be on the ramp, have the drones in front, and then... Okay, I mean, I hope you enjoyed your outburst here with your brand new account. I'm gonna ban you, you're probably gonna make a new account, but I'm just gonna ban you again, so, you know, don't bother. But yeah, I hope it was worth the message. I can allow it through so the chat can see. It's pretty funny. Alright, bye dude. Have a good one. You can always tell, you know, with these accounts, you just look at the account, brand new, one message, and then you time them out, and then they come back and they do this. Yeah, that was my bad. I was just way too far out with my queens. The queens are in position on the ramp. I just hold position my drones in front of the queens, and then we're fine. But yeah, since that didn't happen. Oh, did RSL start already? Nice. No, I'm totally fine, dude. I'm totally fine. No, I mean, I don't really care about these losses. It's very obvious what I did wrong. Very easy to fix. Like, MMR is just a number. Sometimes we fuck up. And that's okay. Oh, what was that? When I moved my screen, the game got super laggy all of a sudden. It was a super weird FPS drop right there. They are in the RSL. Probably where they're playing. I mean, I played in the qualifiers for this season. I lost to Beyond and Nightmare. But yeah, I'm gonna play in the qualifiers for the next season as well, but it's tough out here, for sure. I want to start playing more tournaments in general, but yeah. It's a pretty big mistake by him, for sure. Yeah, he don't really like. He can't really fight me here. When he goes for the triple spine, because like he's 3 drones here, 3 drones in the spines, and he has less drones to start with, right? So he just has way too few drones to actually fight. So he kind of fucked up by trying to fight me here in the middle line. I think probably skipping this queen is better, to be honest. Just make more links. Tail pull, drum pull. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I definitely struggle to, like, in CVP to... Because I make a lot of mistakes, but it's like, in CVT and CVC, when I see my own mistakes, I'm like, okay, if I fix those mistakes, it will have a big impact on the outcome of the game, right? But in CVP, it's like, okay, I could fix those mistakes, and I could fix 10 more mistakes, and the outcome would look the same. That kind of gets me a lot in CVP. Because in CVP it feels like you have extremely, like at my level, right? At like the higher MMR, you have extremely little agency in the matchup. Like it seems like it's all on the Protoss to make a mistake, and yeah, trying to punish them for that. But usually, like one mistake is not enough. They have to make multiple big mistakes for you to have a decent chance. That's the frustrating part for me in CVP. But yeah, in CVT and CVC, I feel like it's always very obvious, like what the mistakes are, and if you fix them, you will have a good chances at winning the game next time, right? But yeah, CVP, I definitely feel like that's missing. I think this is the guy we played earlier, right? Still not sure how I feel about this third base here. Kind of late hatchery. Oh. Not good. Scouting here. The Overlord being AFK there is quite bad, for sure. If he's doing something like 2x Reaper, we would be in trouble here. Because we can't really know in time to start our link speed, so I'm not even gonna try to mine the gas with the 2x Reaper here, because we can't really make a decision on it anyways. So.
새로운 여왕 준비됨.
I think on this map we can actually do this. Let's try this tumor. Bit late for my scout here. Scouting game has not been on point in this game. Okay. Should be no need for multiple spores here. Most likely, it's just doing like Liberator run by. What do you guess? Italian plus Liberator. A little bit late on the scouting, unfortunately, but Banshee should still be building them at this point, so yeah, there's the Liberator.
종양이 공격받고 있음.
My macro here is kind of floppy.
진화 완료. 공격받고 있음. 여왕 생성 성공. 천막 종양이 공격받고 있음. 변이 완료. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 군단이 진화했음. 광맥. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 막을 수 없는 명령임. 광물지대 말라버림. 있음. 유전자 변형됨. 군단 변이됨. 진화 완료. 진화 완료. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 광맥 고갈됨. 물지대 말라버림. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 병력이 공격받고 있음. 소집돼. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 군단 병력이 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 유전자 변형됨. 군단 변이됨. 있음.
Yeah, you can find all the streams on YouTube, Sandstrom. I can do your replay, yeah. Is Carapace worth it in CVP or CBT versus mech? So the way Carapace works versus mech, we'll do mech first, is versus mech, +1 doesn't really do anything, +3 doesn't do anything. But having +2 armor is quite nice in the late game, because once they get Blue Flame and +3 attack, Hellbats will one-shot Zerglings if they have less than 2 armor upgrades. So you want to have +2 Carapace by the time they have +3 attack when you're playing versus mech. Other than that, it's not really great versus mech. So you kind of want to prioritize the other 2 upgrades, but still get at least +2 armor before they get the +3 attack, right? Versus Protoss, it's kind of similar, except that +3 attack or armor is very good versus Protoss, because you know, if you have equal armor upgrades to attack upgrades, Zealots need 1 more attack to kill Zerglings. Whereas, but obviously, like, they're going to be ahead in upgrades, right? Because you have Chrono Boost, so it's hard to keep up. But once you get +3, they can't get ahead anymore, right? So you're always going to have that. It also, +3 armor also makes cannons take 1 extra hit to kill Zerglings. +3 immortals will 3-shot lurkers if they don't have +2 armor. So there's some usefulness in the upgrades in those scenarios, but it's like +1 rarely does anything in both those scenarios, right? And versus mech, you can skip +3 armor, like, or if you're rich in the late game, you can get it, but yeah. So it really depends on what kind of game you're in, right? In CVP, if you're going into a very long game, you definitely want +3 armor at some point. If you're playing a timing-based style, or like you want to try to end the game fairly quickly, then there's no point in getting armor upgrades versus Protoss. Alright, let's look at Sandstrom's replay. He said he posted one. Okay, he wants advice on follow-up to 12 pool, macro 12 pool. Yeah, you're welcome, you're welcome. Okay. So we will see. Okay, so the first mistake right here. Starting the queen here is good. We should always be sending a drone down. So usually what you'll do with 12 pool is 12 pool, boop, boop, boop. You'll send this drone down. Just to like pretend you're gonna take a normal timed base, right? And like, if there's a probe here, you just fight it. If not, you can just hide the drone over here. Hope they don't build a pylon. Yeah. But again, you should always start the queen when you're 12 pooling. But if you can, like if they're not blocking your natural, you do want to cancel that queen and get the hatchery before the queen. Ideally, when you're playing 12 pool, you want to go Lynx, hatchery, queen, right? But we start the queen, and ideally would have a drone here right now. And since there's a probe, it's a clutch decision. You could make the decision to just cancel and make the hatchery. Either way, you do want to try to go for that hatchery before queen. Second mistake here is chasing this probe with everything. You can leave like 1 ling on this one if you want, But you do want to just beeline across the map with the links right now. Like the first like 5 seconds are the most important one with the 12 pull, especially if your opponent has a suboptimal response. You really want to get across the map as quick as possible. Okay, but this gas I would delay for sure. So you can do this drone, yeah, this is good. You can do this. Now I would do, yeah, a drone. And now you should do Overlord. And then you can do the gas. So you do the Overlord first. And then you do the gas, so like you get supply to build the second queen. That's also fine. You can also delay it and make the queen after the Overlord finishes, and just get this gas in time to unsupply block yourself here at 22. So you can just delay this gas by just like a little bit. Okay, but yeah, since we only made 6 links, there isn't really too much to do here, but this is kind of like a big overreaction from him. But again, if we sent the link straight across the map, we could have had 6 links here, we could have potentially forced another building, we could have maybe surrounded the zealot, because like, to be honest, his response is kind of bad right here. So like, if you kill the zealot, even with 6 links, you can do a lot of damage. So yeah, we lost a lot of opportunity by not sending the links straight across the map. And again, if there's like probes on the map, you can leave 1 Zergling on them. And to be honest, I think even though you're doing a macro 12 pool, I would still build 8 links. Just because like, it makes the potential damage you can do a lot greater if they have a bad response. And also you can leave the second pair of links to chase probes and stuff. But yeah, in general, I would delay this gas a little bit. And have this Overlord be a little bit quicker. And now we should just be droning. And depending on what they're doing, you would either get a 3rd queen here and a 3rd hatch. Since they're playing double gate and making double units, I would probably do 3rd queen before 3rd hatch in this scenario. Make sure you spend this larva, yeah. Nice. Yeah. So I never recommend having 2 overlords on their side of the map. Your second overlord should always be in front of your base, I think. Because if he does something like goes Stargate here and makes a Phoenix or a Void Ray, losing 2 overlords this quickly into the game is super, super bad. So I think you should always just have 1 overlord on their side of the map. You can do something like, you know, pull this overlord back and try to hide this overlord over here. That can be okay. You could maybe hide this overlord in the corner to make an overseer later. Something like that, but having 2 overlords on their side of the map is super risky. Yeah. Especially in this situation, because like you want vision on these adepts, right? And then have the queens be in front and then the links behind, so that you would still have all your links right now, right? Would make this defense a lot easier. We lost a bunch of links here because he got to walk in and hit our links for free. Okay. Everything else looks okay. I would have delayed my gas mining a bit more. Like after link speed, you can pull out of gas again. Like pull out 2 out of gas after link speed. Saturate the space as quickly as possible. Get queen number 4 and 5. Like the 3rd hatch still need to be made, right? Like we should not really be mining more gas. I probably would pull out all 3 here actually. Pull out all 3. Get the link speed. And then saturate back in after you saturated the space. Yeah, I think a roach run here is reasonable. Again, we're just a little bit too broke on minerals right now because of, well, this is a problem, right? But also just because we never really pull out of gas. And we're also missing queens at this point. Yeah, our hatch is quite late as well. Yeah, just a lot of missing minerals. A lot of it from the, you know, the overlord being too late in the early game, getting gas a bit too early, and then staying in gas for a bit too long. Yeah. For gas like this without a lair, there's not much you can do with all this gas. Like, even if you want to go for something like a Ravager Ling Flood, you wouldn't really need more than 3 gas in this situation. It's just more efficient economy. Obviously, because your fourth is or your third is late, you have nowhere else to put the drones. But I would rather just try to make it so your third is a bit faster in general. Or if you're doing a fast lair, then the 4 gas makes more sense, right? Because then you can do something like Hydra, so you can do something like Spire. But yeah. On maps like this, where there's like you can't wall with 3 buildings, what is quite nice is just to, rather than building an Evo chamber here, just build this Evo chamber to the right, and then you can use the spore crawler to block. And it will block everything. And drones can still go through, because drones don't get blocked by the spore. So you can still transfer drones and just have the spore here, and then you can just, rather than canceling a building, you can just move the spore crawler whenever you want to go out and in, right? Usually what I'll do is, like, I'll build a new spore crawler here, or bring down the spore from the main if I see it early enough to pull the spore from the main and build a new spore in the main, rather than having to build this Evo chamber over and over. Because also, yeah, if this happens, it's quite bad. If we get walled off like this, because now we have to kill this, and we're still not mining from our third at 7 minutes into the game, which is a big problem for our economy. Yeah, at this point into the game, you need to have a plan of what you're going to be doing. We can't just really sit here and mass roaches on a high economy, because they're going to fall off a cliff eventually, unless we're getting all in by something like a charged Archon build or something like that. But since he's playing Blink and into most likely Storm here, roaches are going to become quite useless. So when our life finishes, we need to have like a more direct plan of what we're going to do, right? If we're still making roaches, that means that we're probably going to commit to like a counter all in. Or we need to, like, be heading to Hive very quickly in Lurkers, or whatever you're going for, right? The Spire. Your transition when your lair comes in online needs to be very, very quick. You never want to sit there on high economy and just make roaches, because they just they don't scale at all, right, in this matchup. Yeah, playing Banelings in this game is not bad, because there's no Stargate. So Lingbane is a lot better, for sure. Especially since he's not playing Storm yet. So that makes him even better, for sure. But yeah, the biggest issue in this game is just that our economy was quite delayed. We should have a 4th base up and running by now. Our 3rd base should be up and running a lot faster. And yeah, we just in general just overmade roaches. And again, if you want to stay on roaches as well, you could have played Ravager Lingbane. But then again, you would want the Lingbane transition to come in faster. If you're not getting all in, that is. If you're getting all in, then it's fine to make a lot of Roach Ravager, right? But he wasn't really all in in this game. Yep. Alright, be back, guys. Short bathroom break, and I'm gonna play one last game after that. Am I? Do I have time for one last game? I think I do. Bathroom break and then one last game. How much practical sense do these kinds of analysis make in reality? Units can be type of variety of opposing units. Yeah, the lurker one, for example, doesn't matter that much. One that matters a lot is the Hellbat interaction, because a lot of times Hellbats only will be attacking your links, right? But having it take an extra shot for the Hellbats is quite big. Yeah, I think like you should always make at least 8 links, in my opinion. At least 10. Like, I don't think 12 pull is a great build, but at least if you make like 10 links, you can punish a bad response, right? The opponent needs to have a good response for it to be bad. But yeah, if the Protoss reacts correctly, you will always be behind with 12 pull. I think if you're doing like a macro variant, you might as well go for like a 14 pull or 15 pull or something like that, but kind of ends up in the same situation with less potential to actually do damage. So bruh.
군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 새로운 여왕 준비됨. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음. 여왕 생성 성공. 진화 완료. 새로운 여왕 준비됨. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있어. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있어. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있어. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있어.
Oh. Oh. That's not good. This is a pretty sloppy played game by me.
새로운 여왕 준비됨. 정막 중앙이 공격받고 있음. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음.
Oh, hold on. Guess we have an Evo chamber there now.
공격받고 있음. 받아들일 수 없는 명령임. 받아들일 수 없는 명령임. 천막 중앙이 공격받고 있음. 천막 중앙이 공격받고 있음. 광맥 고갈됨. 광맥 수준. 유전자 변형됨. 군단 받아들일 수 없는 명령임. 받아들일 수 없는 명령.
Like, bro, you gotta kill the creep.
진화 완료. 받아들일 수 없는
Otherwise, it's gonna get real rough.
천막 받아들일 수 없는 명령임. 받아들일 수 없는 명령임. 군단 병력이 공격하고 있음. 광물지대 말라버림. 군단병 유전자 천막 공격받고 있음. 왕래 소진됨. 광물지대 말라버림. 천막 중량이 공격받고 있음. 변이 완료. 왕래 소진됨. 군단 병력이 공격받고 있음.
Alright, bro, come on, man. You're on 3 base, I have the entire map. Just like, like the entire operation. You just won't give up. Like, if I can just land my 4th command center and make ghosts, sure I can win this.
광맨 고갈됨.
It's pretty funny. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, like I think after we killed the fourth the first time, the game was pretty chill. Blueberries? Yeah, blueberries. Yeah, healthy snack. Like here, I can't believe he didn't leave at this point. We have creep and spores on his fourth, and yeah, he must have realized we had a lot of the map at this point. It's pretty funny. Anyways, guys, that's it for me for today. I have got to go. I will see you tomorrow. Most likely. Small chance I don't stream tomorrow. I might take a day off, but most likely I'll be streaming tomorrow. Yeah, thank you for watching, guys. I will raid RSL and see you tomorrow.